Hello, folks. Good morning, good evening, good whatever it is, wherever you are. This is the first stream where I'm going to be checking out as many of the web-based games as I can from CollabJam. I've done some playing and voting on a few games earlier in the week. I left some feedback on the download-only games. Didn't want to stream those because can cause a lot of technical problems while streaming to like have to run through 12 downloads. I think the next jam we do, it will be web builds only because unfortunately the folks that have made games that require downloading are just getting way fewer votes because people don't have time or aren't willing to download stuff. So I think we'll just rule that out next time. But yeah, so we're going to go to submissions in need of ratings, and I'm going to start off by just picking like the games that haven't been rated a lot and go through them. I think some of them though, it will be because of like those kind of technical reasons. Like I saw one yesterday and it was like a game that required you to play it with someone else, and it was just like, well, that's going to get fewer votes, isn't it? Because it's just not thinking about the context that people play these in, or not caring. That's also fine. It's fine to not care. So yeah, that's where we're at. And I just clicked a special button on the stream thing that lets me stream to Patreon, and I don't know what that actually means. But it means we're showing up as a little, almost like a Twitch stream on Patreon. It's got the wrong title though. That's a good start. See if I can fix that now. Nope. So, I'm going to go to submissions in need of ratings. We're going to start there. And you can see on my list, they all play in browser because the ones that aren't playing browser are ones I've already rated. So I'm going to be playing them and like reacting to them. I'm not going to like grade them and give my scores on screen. I'm going to pull that off onto a second screen and do that separately as we chat. Because I don't want people to like feel super judged in front of an audience. And also I don't want my scores to affect anyone else's, although I don't think they should. Barrage, I feel like this is the one I looked at where it was multiplayer only, so I don't really, online 2-player it. We're gonna miss that one out. Let's just open up 5 and start from there and see where we get to. Coal for cash. Okay, I'm not going to look at anyone else's comments before I play it. You're broke, your wallet is nothing but flies, but then something comes out of the sky, a way to fix your money issues. The Coal for Cash organization has abducted you, but it's okay. Solving the puzzles gives you cash. I mean, I've played the downloadables and I've left reviewer's text on all of the ones that I played. So I'm going to be voting on all of the games, but I just won't necessarily be streaming them. I will say there were a few gems in the downloadable ones, but there were also quite a few where it felt like the point of the brief had been missed a little bit. And I don't know how strongly that aligns with, you know, people being new and not knowing how to make web builds or something like that. Hello. Okay, I can turn you around. I'm glad people had a good time. I'm sure there will be some teams where people didn't have a good time. I saw one page where someone was slagging off a ex-teammate that they'd kicked out on the page, which I don't think is good form. It's always one of the things we look for in job interviews. If someone asks you about a time when you didn't get on well with others, you're supposed to talk about how you solved the problem, not just kind of complain about the other person. I mean, you've got an indicator here telling me what I'm supposed to do. Something. Is this supposed to indicate that my mouse is supposed to do something, or that this is supposed to do something? What am I supposed to be doing? Okay, clicking up here makes a sound. So it's completely incomprehensible. Come on then, Barrage Dev, seeing as you're in the chat, let's do it. Call for cash, completely incomprehensible. Feel like that didn't understand the assignment. Okay, save my ratings on that. Okay, I'm posting the link. I don't know if it'll work, but let's see if we can get into the same match. Oh yeah, I've definitely submitted games to game jams that were not quite there at the time. I think it often just comes from like trying to make something that it depends what you're using the jam for, doesn't it? And the times when I've used jams to learn a new skill, the game is never good. Whereas if I try to use the jam to use the skills I know I already have to make something to entertain people, then it will turn out good. That's generally... Okay, you've got like 30 seconds for this to find someone, but I'm not gonna like sit here with an unmoving screen for longer than 30 seconds right at the start of the stream. I mean, Chris, it's not even really a theme. It's just a restriction. And the purpose of the restriction was trying to get people to approach the game jam in the way that professional game developers do when they do things like Ludum Dare. Because if you look back at some big indie games that have started out on Ludum Dare, or on Game Maker's Toolkit even, on other game jams, Mini Metro, Reset the Count, since Dave's mentioned... Oh, this looks very tactile and lovely. Oh yeah, okay, cool. This is great. We're doing a sort of Worms, Scorched Earth type thing. I'm knocking down their tower rather than their catapult, I would expect. I'm gonna let you cook, which I've been playing a lot last month. That started off as a Game Maker's Toolkit jam. I was trying to create a constraint that would force people to make one of those sorts of games, which was basically entirely based on trying to make gameplay that was very easy for someone to understand and was and basically to enjoy in the context of grading games in a game jam. Because I think the problem that a lot of people have when they enter game jams is they see it as a technical learning exercise and they don't think about the person's experience at the other end of the computer when it comes to voting, and they don't really try and win it. And I thought, well, I'll make the rules so restrictive so that people are kind of forced to make something that has a better chance of winning in a game jam generally, and then maybe they'll see, oh, this is what I should do when I enter game jams, which is like not try to make a tiny broken version of a massive game, but to just make something that's really satisfying and enjoyable to play for 5 minutes. And then if people like it and you get loads of positive feedback, then you think, oh, how could I make this into a bigger game? Which I think, again, when I've seen professional developers enter game jams and do well at them and win them, that's the way they think. I'm trying to kind of encourage people to think more that way. Sort of forcing people to think like designers rather than technical hobbyists, really, because you're forced to think about the person playing your game as a judge rather than just sort of doing whatever you want and then hoping it scores well at the end. Yeah, the amount of reading that a lot of Game Jam games ask you to do for something that you're going to play for 3 minutes is just not... doesn't show an awareness of, like, the context at all. But, yeah, one genre of game that we've got out of this that I find really interesting is, like, people who very clearly saw the brief more as a challenge. And it wasn't really meant to be a challenge, it was just meant to sort of restrict what types of games you made. So some people, like this game is just an example of a really intuitive game where it is a well-executed version of plenty of things we've seen before, and it's just fun. And that's kind of what I was hoping people would make. But other people, they were like, oh, I can't use language? Oh, I need to make a really clever game that works around this restriction in some way. So I'm not sure whose it was, but one of the games I played earlier in the week was this sort of like game where you got given things to go and photograph or something, but it required so many pop-ups and so many things, and it was like, well, if you still need the pop-ups and you're trying to do them without text, but you feel like your game needs all of this other stuff, then it's probably not intuitive enough to meet the brief. And the thing about design, and what sort of separates design from doing art, is that design has a brief, design has a problem you're trying to solve. That's why it can be really helpful for someone that wants to make games to go and learn like traditional design, like graphic design, product design, and see how they work. Because like just being able to work to a brief in some way is really, really helpful. And sometimes you give people a brief and they just see it as a challenge to be like, well, how far away from the brief can I get while still technically not breaking the rules? And it's like, well, that's not really what the rules are there for. The rules are there to try and make you make something good, not for you to try and be clever while making something bad, which I think is... some of the stuff that comes out of this will be a little bit like that, because people were seeing the brief as a traditional Game Jam thematic challenge rather than, you know, make something good, here's how to avoid making something bad, is this set of rules, you know? Yeah, I don't really think the like Game Jam themes are that helpful a lot of the time. I would rather let people make what they want, but also tell them they can't make certain types of things. Because you know, interactive fiction is a good example, because there are jams specifically for interactive fiction, and if you make a visual novel in an interactive fiction jam, it's going to get seen and voted on by loads of people that like that sort of thing and can give you helpful feedback and a useful community to be part of. If you make a piece of interactive fiction in a game design focused game jam where the focus is supposed to be on like mechanics and like coming up with a interesting small set of mechanics, it's just a completely alien thing that doesn't really fit within what everyone else is doing. And it's like, you know, it's like entering cookery into a dancing competition or something. There's nothing like wrong with it. It's just not a good use of the situation, I think. This is great. You can also rebuild the defenses. Oh, interesting. Oh, I didn't realize. So I was talking too much. I didn't see if they were doing it on the other side. This is cool. I knocked my own king over. Big fan of being able to fail by knocking my own king over. There we go. Oh, that changes. This changes everything. I don't want to just put like a straight stack up next to the king because it will fall over on him. This is great. I think that really adds something to the formula. Really cool. I don't think you can take you can't take your blocks past the middle. Oh. The thing is, the restrictions that we had on this game jam are basically just how you should probably design your prototypes for the first month or so anyway. Like if your game needs an in-game tutorial at the prototype stage, you've probably made it too complicated and you haven't spent enough time on making the mechanics like intuitive and have enough feedback. Okay, one more round. We're gonna move on. What a lovely little house. Oh, I don't have a lovely little house anymore. It's definitely something to be said for making something with actual learning objectives rather than just doing what jams normally do, because that's what jams normally do. But hey, this is what happens when you have a YouTuber who is an actual trained educator and not just a YouTuber. Okay, cool. It was good. I like Barrage. We're going to check out A Way Out in a second. Just... Barrage. Yeah, that one didn't have as many votes because it requires someone to connect to it, which is a shame. But... was that KP? Amazing. I didn't even know who I was playing against. A Way Out. Someone said it never finishes loading for them, so I'll get SOS ready. You are tasked with investigating an SOS signal. Only 2 words have intercepted. Save anomalies. Okay. This one, people have said it never loads. So I'm going to leave it running and then open the next game. I don't think this one is going to load. Oh dear, okay. So the thing, all of these engines, Unity particularly, you know, bear in mind, this is why Unity is branded as Unity. It's like develop one place, deploy everywhere. That's kind of why it's called what it is. But yeah, I mean, I think it's going to become increasingly important to be able to do web builds. So I kept trying to full screen the window, and every time I did it, it would defocus the game and get weird with me, so I'm not going to do that now. I'm in a space place. This is the kind of environment where, when something's so sparse like this, it makes it feel like every object you put in must be important in some way. That's something to keep in mind. Because I'm looking around and like every 3D object I look at seems like it's going to have a use because am I supposed to use E? I mean, there's all of these buttons here, but I can't find any way to interact with them. It's not giving me a prompt of any sort. Just see that I haven't got a... The title of the game gives me a sense of what we're going to be doing, but... yeah, I've tried all of the standard interact buttons like E, enter, space, and nothing is doing anything to anything, and there's no like contextual clues when I'm looking at things to tell me if something is interactable, so... I mean, I don't think you should help, because you should have helped by having context clues and, you know, have something light... If you're not going to have a thing that tells us what to press, then have something light up when you look at it. F is an interact key as well. Yeah, I mean, just... There's nothing in this game to let me know what's interactable when I'm looking at it or anything like that. And because it's so sparse, it looks like any of these things could be important. It's left click only, okay. Well, I'm pretty sure I've clicked on everything that's possible to click. Ah, okay, that goes in there. Cool. Huh. That's neat. Oh, I see. So this is like showing the... We're in a ship, right? This is what we're in. And I can rotate it. I can fly around. It's a cool interface. And now I'm dying for no reason. I'm not trying to work out which of these I'm supposed to like fly towards them. I can't really tell. This is cool. Right, the pitch is going higher, but I don't really know if that means a good or a bad thing, so I'm just going to fly into this. Ah. Okay, I think we did something right there. So one of the anomalies is bad and makes us pass out, maybe? I'm not sure. We're doing a Solaris or a... or a Event Horizon. Ah, space anomalies. I sure hope none of these makes me see my dead wife. What's going on over here? Ah, okay. That's the space lung. Got it. It truly is a space lung. Uh-oh. Yeah, we've done, I thought I'd done 3 of them, but now there's only 2. Sound choices are great. It's cool. Can you imagine how difficult this would be to make if you had like the most expensive room in terms of like how much art you had or whatever? Can you imagine how hard it would be to make it obvious which things were interactive? Uh-oh. No, oh no, it's biblically accurate angels. Oh, we got. I think I won though. I think I definitely won. That's cool. Scoring that one very high on the mood. That was cool. Simple ships. Okay, web version has some frame rate optimizations that make the game less fun. Click of the mouse. I just got coffee on my blazer. That was strange. This is too much, guys. Immediately. This is too much. Right, okay. Just give me the ships. Got compass if I click the mouse down. Okay, that's cool. Got some automatic firing against other ships. And I've got I need to, my turning circle's quite large, so I need to go back round to be able to get that crate, whatever it is. Is this where we were with that shop type thing? See, I don't... The one problem here is that these are so... Is that going to upgrade my speed? I don't know. Is this my money? Is this stuff that I bought? So am I giving fish to the... Okay. So I think I'm catching fish when I'm out there. I'm not really sure where these fish are coming from. And then I'm trading them with the pirate cat to get these items. But it's very hard to tell what these are. I imagine this is speed and this is something to do with attack, but it's so crunchy that it's very hard to see or what's implied by what these things are. Sails being speed makes sense. I can't really even work out what this is meant to... Oh, it's a cannon. I thought it was like some sort of fly or something. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the pixel art here, but this is like different from this. So maybe there's some sort of filter happening that's doing something strange, but it's quite hard to see what those are. So I think I upgraded something. I like the trading system. I like having that weight-based trading system. It's neat. But the game sort of let me go straight into it, and that was a little bit off-putting the first time, because I was like, why am I in the shop straight away? I think, Alex said, do you think winning a popular game jam is good resume if applying for a AAA? I mean, yeah, I mean, anything that differentiates you is good. One of the things about resume writing is it's just really important to get the order right, you know? Because if you make it the first thing on your resume, it's going to look a little bit strange. But if you just sort of add it as like a cheeky little extra thing, fine. It's about the order you put things in and how well they match the job description a lot of the time. I was saying to someone the other day, I was hiring for like... It was in a hiring manager role, and we were hiring sort of junior... I think it was when we were looking for junior designers, I can't remember, but we had these CVs come in, and like the top paragraph was all about what engines they could use and all the programming they could do. And it was like, yeah, okay, that's helpful, but it's not actually what the main job description is for this job, so it shouldn't be at the top. It should be somewhere else. And someone was saying, oh yeah, but in my country, you know, designers need to be able to program. It's like, yeah, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is read the job description and then order your CV so that it clearly prioritizes the things that are in the job description. And then do include all your other skills and expertise, but don't make them like the thing you lead with if they're not relevant, you know? So does the red part... I think the red part of the compass always points to the shop by the looks of things. I'm going to go back in there. I'm not really sure where my fish are coming from. So if I get these, can we go super fast? The cat meows when it's in his favor. It's a good trading system. Lots of cool stuff here. Yeah, I think the connection between like the fish and the wherever I'm getting them from is a little bit confusing. But I do like the fact that fish are our money. That's kind of funny. I think the map might have wrapped around because the compass just switched in a weird way. I think the fish we're getting are from the crate, so the fish are our currency. The bones are their money. The worms are their dollars. Okay, so cannons are usually more expensive than sails. That's it. I think that's pretty much all of the game. It's cool. I like this. The shop was a little bit unintuitive, and particularly the fact that I kind of just sailed straight into it by accident as soon as the game started. But the actual kind of main movement thing here is quite fun. And I like the concept of the shop, even if it's a little bit visually confusing of buying stuff from a pirate cat using fish. Escalation. Wait, that's numbers. That's numbers! Numbers! Oh dear. Oh dear. Had to happen eventually, didn't it? Way Out, Dead Raiders, a game called Collaborative Jam. It is numbers, right? You know what we're gonna have to watch because someone put numbers in their game. I'm gonna subject everyone in the chat to the number taker from CBBC Numberjacks. This is, if you ever want to know, if anyone was ever like, if anyone ever came to me, and I know that we're fully running the risk of this becoming Lemmy now, but if anyone ever came to me and they said, Joe, who are your top 10 favorite villains in any media? I would show them this, because this is terrifying. And this is who is now stalking the halls at itch.io because someone put numbers in their game when they weren't allowed to. Number taker, have you seen the number taker? Taking all the numbers you can't see. Getting as mean a number taker as can be. With his number sucker upper, he's a number mucker upper. He's as mean a number taker as can be. What a villain. What What an evil man. We're getting it twice. Someone did a pull-up on the DJ. KP, how have you never seen this? This is a classic. Right, that's gonna happen every time I see a number in a game that shouldn't have it in. You're gonna get the number taker from Numberjacks. Sorry, I don't make the rules. It was also after my time. It was one that I think I saw because of my kids. Do you count X amount of dots? No, the rule was against alphanumeric symbols in the game. The only time you're allowed to use an alphanumeric symbol in the game is if you are displaying a button or a key with that on it. You can have a picture of the WASD keys on a keyboard. You can have a picture of an A or a B button on a controller. But you can't have... Oh, that was the one that didn't run. You can't have any letters or numbers. It looks like we've got a few Unity games that get stuck. I think the other thing that people need to really recognize with this is that everyone's been asking me for rule clarifications. I'm not the only person that decides if your game gets any points. So I think you need to always work with the principle of, like, what would most people think is a reasonable interpretation of the rule? Because although I'm going to very quickly exclude stuff if there's a very clear rule violation, there might be edge case things like, you know, using a I as a tally mark or something like that, where even if I don't disqualify it, other people are going to vote it low because they feel like it doesn't fit the spirit of the jam, right? So you have to sort of think of it on a more sort of a broader basis than just, does one person decide this is in the rules or not? What's going on here? Oh, I see. We're doing like a little... Okay, so I just lost because they took the treasure, and I wasn't supposed to let them. So I'm going to put some traps down. It's a little bit unclear why I can place things in certain places. Maybe it's because it's too close to him. This is called Dead Raiders. Good concept. Yeah, just having the failure noise that tells me where I can't put stuff is probably not enough. Because it's not intuitive why I can't put things where I can't put them. Right, so there's no obvious reason why I can't put stuff where I can't put it. It just tells me that I can't when I try. Which is like, what information is the player supposed to have that tells them where things can go before they try it? Otherwise you're just clicking around trying random stuff. It is a good concept, yeah. I mean, it's like a sort of trap-based tower defense type thing, almost. You see which routes they're going. So I put a trap there and it didn't show up. Yeah, I don't know. There's like a little bit too much, like, it looks like there's been a lot of attention put into trying to make this look nice, but I think the actual communication of how these mechanics work is very, very poor. Because, like, I don't understand what is... these have got some stats, right? They've got a down stat, an up stat, and a... I don't know what these stats are. And then when I'm actually in placement mode... it's very, very unclear why I would want to put a particular thing rather than another thing. And what the rules are that determine what I can place where. And then this thing starts counting down to show it's being built. And then when it's finished, it doesn't build. So it just feels like not finished, not tested. The defenses expire? Maybe. I mean, in the first level, when I placed the spikes down, it looked like they were on the floor. So... yeah. Not very intuitive. It's a cool concept. I would play a longer version of that game, but I didn't find it very intuitive at all. Art style's okay. Game should look nice. But yeah, I mean, I'll definitely take the intuitive stuff first before the looking nice. Because you design those things in tandem, right? If you design the viscom of your game first and then make it look nice, and then you can go, well, here are the things in the games that need to stand out. What tools do we have in our art toolkit to make a thing stand out? It could be, okay, put a torch on it. It could be highlight it, whatever. Whereas if you go like full polished assets while you're still working out the game mechanics, then you have that problem of like what we just saw there, where the art assets look really nice, but the game isn't really giving me the tools to think through the problem and be able to play it. Speechless in Seattle. Okay. I'm not going to spend a long time trying to get each one to work, because I feel like people should have just sent the entry to their friend and seen if it worked elsewhere. Maybe they did, but... it's another long, lonely commute on the bus to work, but on this particular morning, a fellow passenger seems upset. Comfort them and maybe even make a new friend in a world where the only communication happens through cards. If there's games I can't get on the stream and I can't get them to work, I will try and do it offline at some point. But I tend to think if people haven't like sent a build to someone to see if it runs in a browser or whatever, then that is quite a quick indicator that maybe there's other areas of the project where thought hasn't gone into it. So I'm not going to spend a long time on the stream trying to get games to work that don't work. Are we saying I'm thirsty? Okay, so this person is talking to me. Say, I'm going to go for a burger and a walk. No. Noodles. I like all the pieces of this. A little bit confusing. Okay. Yes. Let's walk and get a burger. I think I killed them by not being able to communicate. I'm sad and thirsty. I think that's what she's saying. This is a neat idea. So I think these are emotions. These are needs or desires. I'm not sure. Hello. Am I just only supposed to put in stuff that matches? I don't. Okay. This time I've got the right cards that match. But I don't know why that would... This is a good example of what I was talking about earlier. Where it's like the restriction has been treated as a thematic challenge rather than just trying to give someone the guardrails to make a good game during a game jam. I think this could be a good game. I love the art style. The music's really charming. The interaction with the cards is really nice. But it is an example of one of those games where instead of just like making a polished small game and not really focusing too much on being like innovative or like doing something really unique and new, just making like a small game that someone will have fun with for a few minutes. But this is like trying to use the theme as a kind of creative impulse to make something new and unusual, and because of that we've ended up with something that feels quite incomprehensible. Like, I've failed multiple times, but in failing I haven't understood the game mechanics, and I haven't learnt the game mechanics from failing, because I'm doing trial and error and the game is telling me that I'm wrong, but there's no layer of the game that's telling me why I'm wrong. And all of this comes from that thing of like trying to make something totally new, which I think is a good thing to try and do generally. I'm in favor of people doing that, but I didn't expect so many people to interpret the theme this way when we had the jam set up. I was kind of just expecting people to make quite a traditional take on some sort of game that they already know and like, and then use the constraint to avoid putting in loads of complex menus or story or anything like that. But this is one of those games where they've really used it to just try and do something that's almost like a difficult thing to do with the theme. Do you think it's working on Uno rules? So we've got to put together things that match the color, and I don't know. Yeah, maybe it is a mastermind thing. Don't think I've played Sojourn yet. Not sure. I think I just said then go drink or something. I really like how this looks and sounds, and it's really nice to interact with, but it definitely wasn't self-explanatory. So it's one of those ones where it's like, I really admire that project, but it wasn't fun to interact with because I didn't learn what I was doing wrong as I did it. And that really is something that stems from trying to do something completely new and innovative, which is like a risk, and particularly in this kind of setup and set of scoring things where one of the things is like, did I find the challenges or puzzles interesting? And one of them is, was it self-explanatory? And I feel like in that case, it was like, well, the way that you've used the theme has meant that those two things are going to be quite weak in this game because it's so impenetrable. Pick Pet Splat, a game by Significant Otter Games and Shrimpathy. If the controls get stuck, you can use the other controls to unstick them. Okay. Okay, we've got 3 inputs. And that is to squish, and that is to... That one is to pick up, I think. Okay. Okay, so the green ones you're not supposed to squish. Okay, there's sort of like a rock, paper, scissors thing with these. I'm supposed to pick up the coins. It's like playing Bop It. So I need to center click the pink ones, right click the green ones, and then left click the coins. Okay. Round boys get popped. And coins get picked up. The fade in and outs are quite strange. They're Metal Gear Soliding me now. It's got a 1 in 3 chance of being right each time with these. This is very silly. The arm needs to be even longer. You know what would be funny as well is if the arm could initially only go this far, and then when you got more coins you could upgrade your arm and then it could go all the way down to the bottom. Oh, it's text! Text in the game. That was not intentionally left in, so I'm not gonna... It would be funny to disqualify it for the debug text, though. I did do that with another game, but that's because it was, like, visible on, like, every screen, and they should have seen it. Whereas this is, like, maybe a bug that they wouldn't have caught. Intuitive and self-explanatory, it definitely was. We're going to check out Wings of Steel next. This is very pretty. Okay, we're doing a sort of Flappy Bird, but you've got 2 directions you can flap in, and maybe you can do both at the same time? No, you can only go left or right each time you flap, so you can't click both buttons at the same time to go directly upwards, which is interesting. Cool. Yeah, with the last game, I feel like they saw Florence and were like, oh yeah, that's a wordless game with a particular art style, and it's like, yeah, but Florence doesn't have like a way to win or lose, which is totally fine. Like, people can make... I'm hoping some people have made some wordless sort of story art game type games, but doing that kind of thing with a very strange puzzle that people don't understand, and then not being able to tell people how to play it is going to be a real challenge in this. So we'll see a few games like that come out of this brief, where people have just tried to do something that is just so unique and strange that it's going to end up scoring badly on some of the criteria, because they've, you know, given themselves the additional challenge of making something that is harder to explain and therefore harder to make self-explanatory, I guess, would be the chain of things there. Okay, I keep thinking that I need to flap to not go onto the ground, but I don't. I can actually just idle along the bottom there. This is really, really beautiful. See, the kids nowadays, they're always going on about PSX. But this isn't a PSX game. This is a Dreamcast weed game. Hey guys, do you want to smoke a bucket? Play on the Dreamcast? Now this is a self-explanatory game, but it's self-explanatory because there's not much to explain. Don't know if we have a goal beyond just like get as far as you can, which is fine. But it feels really nice to interact with. So with a project like this, it feels like you're already... You know, this is the type of project that if you wanted to make it into something bigger, you've basically got like 90% of the project now. And now, all you would need to do to go from here would be to add some sort of scoring, variation in the environments, you know, make the challenge a bit varied. But because you've kind of worked out the main aesthetic appeal and how the game feels to play, you've done the hardest part of design. And I think approaching game jams that way is really, really helpful, because basically you make like a small polished toy version of the main thing, and then when you give it to people, you see if they actually enjoy playing it for more than a minute. And like I'm not the sort of person that will play sort of arcadey rage game type, very just like, can you do this challenge type games, but there is something quite compelling about just this. And because the gameplay is simple, they've probably had a little bit more time to focus on the art and the technical art stuff, which is why we've got the nice sky moving above us and all of those things that sort of tie it together and make it feel good to interact with. It reminds me quite a lot of C-Score that we had on the last one. It'd be really funny if there was similar, if same devs were involved. Haven't looked at who made this, but yeah, I like Wings of Steel. We've got Wordless War next. This looks like it's going to be a complex game, trying to not use words, which is going to be interesting. This is what I would describe as a web dev ass looking game. I keep seeing them. I've been doing my big Steam spreadsheet where I'm looking at every single commercial game released in May and like doing some notes on them. And I see a lot of these on Steam where it's just all of these rounded button edges. Just it looks so web dev, and use of emojis in the game and stuff as well. Okay, tutorial. Your game shouldn't have a tutorial for a game jam. The whole point of this game jam was to make things that were intuitive enough to not need a tutorial. I mean... No. 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 How is a player supposed to understand anything you're getting them to do here? The person who made this is going to look at this and go, but you said I couldn't use words. Yes, the whole point is you're supposed to make a game that is simple enough to not need words. I think it is the LLM house style. Yeah, I'm not going to give this any more time. It's just, no, it's too complex for the brief. This is not what you should have made for this brief. You should have made something that was simple enough for someone to have a good time with it in 5 minutes, not something that required a tutorial, not a game that requires words to explain it with the words taken out. That was not the purpose of the thing. You're supposed to be doing game design with the goal of someone, when they sit down to play and rate the games, having a good time. You do not need to make a grand strategy game that requires a tutorial, and that is not gonna... No. I would not buy a longer commercial of this game. I slightly appreciate the art visual style. Yeah. Oh, gosh. Don't do it. No Shrimpathy, no more male, Shinies. Deep catch. Here we go. Just trying to work out, okay, umlaut and wave flux. Okay, so these are things I can upgrade. Looks like it. This is cute. How does this work? Oh, I'm taking them to the circle. A shark killed me. Okay, so I'm taking the fish and I'm putting them in these upgrades. Those icons, I haven't really thought about what they mean yet, but they look reasonably well designed. If we compare this to like the Fish Pirates game, which had that problem of like the icons were just not clearly what they were. So that looks like it's going to be speed. Strength, I don't know what that would mean. I guess it's like how easy it is to pull stuff. How many fish spawn? I don't know what this is going to be. Oh, it's you can pull 2 things? These feel quite intuitive, these icon designs. Can I stop the shark? Is there a way of stopping the shark? There's no way to make the shark go away, so it's like... So I get what the shark is doing. It's like a kind of range mechanic so that you don't have too long on each run. But when I compare this to games like Deep Space Cache, where that's limited by your fuel, it feels quite frustrating. But it's kind of fun that you can get away from it. But there's not a sense of like any run where you end on a good note, because you always get eaten by the shark. Right, we're going to speed ourselves up so we can get away from him a little bit. Maybe once we've got more speed, we can get away from the shark entirely. And then I think we're going to get the double rope upgrade next. No, the shark doesn't eat anything else. It's a shark that's on an exclusive diet of submarines. So you can see how all of the upgrades interact with the shark mechanic as well, because I don't have much strength. The carrying a fish makes me go slower. If I upgrade my strength, then I won't be slowed down as much by what I'm carrying. So there's lots of upgrades here. They all feel like they interact with the base mechanics in a neat way, and they're communicated quite well through the iconography. But yeah, I think always ending on getting killed by a shark could be bad in a bigger game, but it works here because it gives us something for our upgrades to push against that's just very clear and easy to understand. I should really be putting everything into the same thing, but the winners will be by popular community vote. I'm voting, but I'm only getting the same amount of vote as anyone else. So the only games I've played off stream, I've left text feedback on the games as well. So I wanna make sure that I vote and give people feedback on every game I see in the jam. I won't be able to do that every year. I mean, this has been twice as big as the one we did last year already, I think. But I want to make sure everyone gets feedback. And I just think it's in the spirit of trying to get everyone to play each other's games if I play everyone's games. I would like the shark to make a silly noise when it gets you, instead of an explosion. The explosion's quite funny. We've got some good pop sounds and everything here as well. Like, this definitely feels like you could... I mean, it is like a mini sort of node buster game, right? But I think the particular way that the core mechanic of picking stuff up and pulling it back to the circle works is really, really nice. I mean, you could theme it a little bit more strongly of like, where are we taking the fish to? Maybe it's like a research lab, or it's a food related thing we're taking them to, whatever. But this is a really strong basis for like a very cute, fun little incremental that I think people would like a lot. Because if you wanted another layer on it, you could have the upgrade tree you've got for the ship, and then you could also have the fish that you catch are like breeding in captivity, and that's doing like a mini incremental that runs off the side, which is kind of what Deep Space Cache does. and similar games to that. And then you could have an upgrade tree for that passive thing as well. But this is a good example of someone using the jam to build a basic proof of concept for like a core mechanic that's quite fun, but that it's very easy to see how you could expand this into a bigger game, right? So we've got the double. We can get 2 now, but that's going to slow us down a bit, so we need to start upgrading strength. Oh. Oh, there's another. Okay, I'll have a look in a minute. So I'm guessing I can level up my health as well, and then I can withstand the shark attacks a bit more. What's that? Oh, the color's relevant. Okay, I'm trying to, yeah, Awkward Studios, don't tell me what the clue is, but I think maybe the colors are relevant here. I'm gonna see if the fish have colors that might correspond to those things in some way. Okay, so I've got these orange guys. If I do that, do I get... Oh, okay. They're very heavy fish. Oh yeah, getting that extra life has made a bit of difference. Just gonna spawn loads of fish near the start. Is that gonna make our fish density higher? Is that what that is? I think the rope turning orange is maybe the fish is trying to get out or something. I don't know. Oh, okay. It might be something to do with whether or not that fish... Well, you can't let go of the fish once you've got it. It seems to do it when it's on the edge of this. So maybe we can feed the shark with a fish. Yeah, I don't understand the orange. I'm going to give it another minute, because, I mean, this is enjoyable enough that I just naturally want to keep playing it. But I do also want to work out what the orange rope feedback means. You going to eat? Are you going to eat this? No. Okay, I can't work out the orange rope mechanic. It's not all intuitive, but I mean, it's intuitive enough that you can enjoy playing the game even if you don't understand every bit of it. And I think that out of all of the games I've seen so far, this one feels like the one that is could very easily be upgraded into a commercial game. Feels really nice to interact with. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't have any moments where the chain broke or where anything bad happened to the fish I'd already caught. So the orange looked like it was trying to warn me of something, but the thing that it was warning me of never happened. So I'm not sure what it was. Thanks for the pledges, John Abbott and Bunches of Bees. On Patreon. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. It's just giving me an update on people that have joined. I see. I think that's what that is. Interesting. Okay. The first time I've sent a game to stream on Patreon. I don't know how it works over there. It's the game, the streamer's got the wrong title, but you are a crow that has a mate, a nest, and a beautiful clutch of eggs that will hatch any day now, but this drab nest isn't good enough for a family home. Okay. D. I love the way these crows are drawn. They're great. That's cute as well. So this is an inventory screen, which I get to with tab. I think if you're honest with yourself, you probably might not have needed an inventory for this game, but let's see what happens. We go out. Now I'm controlling the crow with the mouse, and now I press E to go into something. Okay, you've got that because I brought you that already. We're going to go and try and get you something else. So we're going to go to the lake and look for some shinies. So I walk around. I find a shiny. It's in my inventory now. I find a picture of a bread. Someone who loves bread. There's a shiny up there. I take that. Okay, I've got 3 things. I go back to the house. I say, hey, take this. They like it. I say, take that. Take that. Okay, so they don't like that, and I can get rid of it. Yeah, I'm not sure we really need an inventory screen. We could have just put the items in the corner and then brought the inventory screen up specifically when you're, like, taking stuff back to the nest. It feels like having an optional inventory screen here is a little bit overkill. It's a very cute idea, though. They're both shinies. And it's very strange to switch to using the mouse just for that map as well. So, really charming idea. I love the concept. Doesn't like the ring. Oh, there we go. I think I won. Yeah, very cute art. a little bit inconsistent. There are like art assets missing or not in the same style, which stands out a lot more when you have quite a nice sort of set aesthetic for like 90% of the game. Probably doesn't need to have a separate inventory screen. Probably doesn't need to switch to mouse when we go back to the map. So I get that. For me, feels like maybe the team wasn't communicating so much about some of those things, and it was like maybe the programmer was just winging it and going, oh yeah, we need an inventory screen. What button should we use for that? Don't think you needed a whole other button for that. You could have just put the items in the corner of the screen and then brought it up automatically when you went home and pressed E. So a little bit more thought about streamlining the controls and the interface for that, particularly how kind of cute and cozy the game was. You want to keep it as simple as intuitive as possible, but this is a really charming concept, reasonably well executed, very, very likable sort of art style and character designs and everything there. So you know, not much kind of game feel in terms of just like moving the characters around. And I think if you make a game that is a cute animals moving around an environment game, even if it's very cozy and it doesn't have any sort of peril or lose state, if you look at games like Night in the Woods, Shelter, stuff like that, it's still kind of a joy to move the character around. And it was a little bit weaker on that side of things, because there was no sort of like, you could just move the character around anywhere on the screen. They were a pointer effectively, but quite like that. No more mail. This is a game about murdering the mailman. Shift to run, where's to walk, torch, look around, okay. There's a lot of fun sort of color and lighting choices in this already. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The mailman has been defeated. Excuse me. Oh no, not gnomes. Is that what I'm trying to get to? That little red house over there? What's that? Someone has been painting with yellow paint. Oh. Have the gnomes painted the yellow road? Is that what's happening here? Okay. If I go off the road too much, I get gnomed. It's the year of the evil gnome game, isn't it? I can see you. I can see you. Ah! Okay. Maybe I need to not obey the yellow paint. The yellow paint is leading me astray. The gnomes have left the yellow paint because they want to eat the mailman. Let's get out of here. Yeah, there's lots of... I really appreciating all the little bits of environmental storytelling in this. It's fun. Right. How am I supposed to progress past here? Because if I get too close, he gets me. I don't know whether I'm supposed to trust the arrows or not. It feels a little bit like you've got a kind of idea of what the player is supposed to do, but it doesn't really line up with what I naturally do as someone who's trying to avoid the horror character. Because now it's like, I know he's there, so what am I going to do? I go around this way, so I break line of sight, and I, like, hide behind the van? Or is it just based... It's just based on proximity. I don't think there is a line of sight either, so... Yeah, just not super clear how we're supposed to get past that point. I like the art. I like the mood and the atmosphere and the sound. Some other areas are a little bit weaker on that one. Neat, though. I like it. No Shrimpathy. Okay. We've got some nice little bubbles we can do. Can I jump? Okay, I've got to jump now. I really had to guess, though, I think. Whoa. We're doing a mini Metroidvania with a funny little shrimp guy. Really like the limited color palette on this one. That really needed to be like a button press. Very strange when you randomly use the mouse for something in a game that doesn't use the mouse for anything else. Okay, so we go this way, we get the jump. We get the bubbles first, then the jump. We can technically go back up, but we can't get up there, so that's for when we get a double jump or something, or an air dash or something like that. Can't kill that with bubbles at all. Lots of things I can't use my bubble gun on. What can I use my bubble gun on? How am I supposed to know which things it works on? Because it works on this guy. Just like straight up kills that guy. Then after that point, it doesn't seem like it works on anything. Oh, it's a punch. Okay, that's why. It's because I wasn't close enough. I wasn't connecting. It's because there's so many particles. It makes it look like the particles are the damaging thing, but they're actually coming off the punch animation. I thought it was just shooting. It's I mean, probably a thing to just generally be aware of is, although the character needs to kind of look good, people will sort of not necessarily look at the character itself to see what's happening when they press buttons, or that's certainly what's happening for me here, which is why I'm not, why it took me a little while to work out what was happening. I was sort of following the particles because I'm sort of looking at the world around the character more than the character, which I think happens quite a lot in third-person games. Yeah, the hitbox for the punch does feel very, very tight. I really like this character design, though. It's a funny little guy. Kind of cute and kind of gross at the same time, and I think characters are usually more appealing when they have more than one thing that's more than one kind of thing mixed together. Makes them more interesting. And kind of cute gross is a good mix of things. Or an interesting mix of things. Not everyone's going to like it, but it works for me. Yeah, it was great. I don't feel super like I want to play those hard sections over and over again, but it's nice. Game feels reasonably good. Just that hitbox on the punch is very, very small. Metro Macarena. Sheep Monkey. Ronin Around. Lucidum Obscurum. Right, we're going to do 20 more minutes and then I'm going to take a brief break and then we will carry on. Sonar mining. This is gonna lock me in, isn't it? Because it's a mining game. End up playing it for an hour. First person incremental submarine mining game. We're gonna get the Unity hang again. Bubbles. These are upgrade buttons, I think. Huh. That's neat. I mean, I like all of the visual design of this. I'm not sure I really want to have to control that with the mouse, but it's a cool idea. Okay, so we'll get a health upgrade. Can I do that? I don't think I can afford them. Really good idea, this one. Don't have enough energy. Yeah, I'd like some more easy wins of getting a few more upgrades more quickly, because the game is very hard to make that first bit of progression. So it might have that sort of only play tested by the devs problem. Maybe. Okay, so the yellow is the stuff we can mine and the blue is stuff we can't mine. Ah, that makes sense. Might have been good to represent them as different shapes on the grid so it would clearer, because I thought they were just two different types of resources. Really nice little set of interfaces. Much luckier with the level generation that time. Upgrade our air again. Not sure what that is, but I'll get it. A little friendly TV. I want that upgrade. The way that it shows you how much you can afford by like creating the ghosts of the resources you don't have is really neat. Oh, the button is, we've got an auto zap button now. It's just sort of taped down. And now we don't have to, this is where the friction of having to use the mouse to do these things starts to make sense, because now we've automated away the friction by making the zapping automatic. So now it sort of justifies itself for having that control input, because it was something to automate away. I want the friend. Let's get the friend. Yeah. Speed? Is that speed? Let's get 2 speed and extra health for crashing into things and whatever that is. I don't know what that is. It looks like there's 2 different laser upgrades on each side. Friend. Press the friend button. Ah! There he is! Doing some digging for us. Friend. Launch friend. Oh, that's such a good upgrade. Yeah, I think the person who said the character needs to be a different color from the ore on here, I think you're right. Because I would make the character the red color of all of this, because then it's sort of color coding the red as us. But I think an interesting thing you've done here is because the movement system is like rich enough and you've got a unique set of upgrades, you don't actually need to have like loads of different types of ore, which is a thing that these games would often sort of depend on, is having a big like set of progression through different types of resources you need to collect. And I don't know if you really need that here, because you've got the emphasis on slightly different things. I mean, you might do for a bigger game, but it works pretty well as just collecting yellow stuff. I also like this of, like, I'm guessing there is a variable counting how many of these currently exist, but then as a physical representation, they're just physics objects that fall down. It's kind of like how the teeth are done in Inscription, where you're, you get your teeth knocked out and they're like little, they roll around and stuff. I think there's a lot of these that we can't upgrade anymore. Drop the friend. I think I might have I unlocked everything? Is there anything else we can get? I think we've done it. We won. It's great. Well done, guys. That's got a really nice mood to it as well. It's just like the atmosphere of it is really cool. Make sure I have my voting screen up. Interdimensional elevator operator. This is one of the first ones that I saw submitted as finished. You're the interdimensional elevator operator, tasked with expediting impatient travelers to their exotic destinations. So this feels like it's going to be on that that side of the spectrum of like people that tried to do an interesting design challenge with the thing rather than just make something like simple and intuitive. Is this me? This person is like, I want to go to a hole. Ah, okay, there's symbols on here. They wanted to go to the hole, we've gone to the hole. Okay, this is someone's there's someone to pick up here. They want to go to the cross and they want to go to the heart. So we go to the heart. And then they want to go to the cross. I'm not sure what these buttons are. They want to go to the heart, so we go back to the heart again. Oh, I see. We go. So, if there's someone on the way, so the elevator stops as it would on the way between these stops, but it goes round in a circle, and you click where you want to go to take the person to the destination they want. But if there's anyone on the way, it will stop and pick them up. That person wants to go to the X, so we go there, and then we're going to pick up someone else. I love these backgrounds. They're kind of like sort of Lovecraft meets Rick and Morty locations. So a little bit Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. This is a really good like visual design as well, because you've got all of this monochrome. You know, it's like classic Art Deco hotel. The black and gold kind of colors of that as well, and that lets the image in the background really shine. And you can see how much kind of storytelling is being done just by the association between the buttons on the elevator and what's here, and then these little characters. It's a really good use of, like, you know, creating a few very high quality assets and then using them to kind of create a sense of a bigger world that we're in. I don't know what these buttons do. Oh, it changes the direction that the elevator goes in. I see. So we're going... Okay, cool. I might have made these rounded so that they clearly indicate clockwise and counterclockwise, because they're a little bit easy to confuse with these. Okay, so we're going to go to the triangle, and then we need to go to the star. I kind of... This is a version of Mancala, isn't it? And I don't know if that's an intentional design reference that the developers used. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure how the balancing is on this, or how tight it gets as a actual sort of challenge you can get better or worse at, but it feels like it has the basis of something that could be tuned into like a really interesting little puzzle game. And I like puzzle games that don't have a single solution. I like efficiency puzzles like Zachtronics games and stuff like that. I'm not sure where the friction is because we're not really losing much on this so far, but it's great as a sort of a toy that could become a game kind of thing. Okay, we're going to go that way. The whole dimension exists twice here. So if you've never played Mancala, I think this feels like it's kind of loosely based on like a Mancala type game where you can reverse order. So Mancala is this where you're sort of like picking up beads and moving them around in a circle. I guess it's probably loosely related to things like backgammon. Maybe I'm just getting that from it because of this kind of like going around in a rondelle type thing. But it's neat. It feels like a very interesting design space that I haven't seen many video games work in. So devs of this one, looking at Mancala variants might give you some ideas if you're intending to do more with this game. I think it stopped there. But yeah, you score based on how many coins you get, I guess. So there's like it seems like there's not a lose state. It's just a case of when you finish however many of these guys you've got to do, you need to have scored more coins. But yeah, I'd look at Mancala. You could look at Euro games that use rondelle mechanisms as well, because it feels like it's playing on that a little bit. And I've been thinking about rondelles in video games recently and how they don't exist. There's loads of places where we've taken things from board games and made digital versions of them. And rondelle games like Great Western Trail is kind of a rondelle game in a way. So it's kind of like you move around the board in a set direction. Not like a roller move game. So you move around the board in a set direction, but you can always go like jump 3 spaces or go to the next 1 space, and you're just choosing between the same actions, but you're kind of choosing how quickly you advance through them, and it feels like your game has some of the DNA of a rondelle board game, and it's not something I've seen much in the video game space. Nat got fired. Yeah, that feels like one I'd definitely play a bigger commercial version of. And that's on the basis of the game design being interesting and the art and the kind of world building being cool. Lucidum Obscurum. Ronin Around. Check that out after this one. Used their symbols for the actual game description, which is funny. Music's nice. It's kind of quite heavy for a puzzle game, but it's not like so heavy that it would get in the way of me thinking, you know? Is that a... Huh. This is cool. So certain bridges and stuff only exist in the light, and certain ones only exist in the dark. So you gotta do a lot of like switching things on and off, or carrying light or dark things. That's gonna get rid of that enemy because, yeah, they don't exist in the light. This is cool. This is a really neat. There's a little bit of a red herring level there. There was a lot of stuff there that I didn't need to use, and I needed to like kind of actively ignore to do the level. Huh. Okay, so the thing that looks like a glue stick is gonna murder me if it gets into the light. Hello, buddy. A little bit easy to get stuck in some of these places. Good puzzle game. It's kind of got that quality where you can kind of look at it and think it all through and puzzle it out without necessarily needing to like do it all step by step. Okay, so we need a dark thing there to build that bridge. But maybe we don't. Maybe we can just not go that way. Huh. So in terms of like the visual design of this, one of the things I would say is when we're in this mode, it's a lot easier to see where these leaves are, or the plant bridges that only appear in the light. And then when we switch it, these grey bits that the stone darkness bridges come out from, a little bit harder to see. That's something I would kind of keep in mind. But I think this is a really neat kind of puzzle design. Definitely feels like this could be a bigger thing. You know, the art is a little bit harsh in some ways. Like there's things that feel like they just have way too much contrast for what they are and how important they are in the game. But, you know, generally speaking, I think this is really cool. It looks pretty good. I like the visual language of how the kind of world is built to accommodate the puzzles and the association between the kind of light and the sort of holy plants and the dark and the shadow monsters and stuff. You know, it's all very standard video gamey stuff, but I think it's quite well executed here in terms of like all the color associations and stuff. But I can't get past this puzzle, so I'm going to stop there because my brain is tiring as well. So I'm going to take a break for about 10 minutes, I think, and I will be back in a moment when I've made some coffee and stuff, but I will leave the stream running, so I'll see you all in about 10 minutes, just over. Sorry for the loud audio on that. I didn't realise it had audio, sorry. It was beautiful. Thanks, Crabworks, for continuing to supply me with deeply cursed 3D animations. It's time for Ronin Around. Welcome back. Thank you, folks, for joining. Thanks, everyone, for submitting their games. A couple of new Patreon pledges. I wonder if people are coming in from the stream on Patreon that has the incorrect title on. I don't know. Maybe we've sort of got on that early adopter wave where you're like the first people to use a new feature on a platform and they're like, we love you now. Thank you for being our guinea pig. Don't know. Like 5 people currently streaming on Patreon and we're one of the only ones. Maybe. Just hanging out. Just hanging out. But you know what? This game's not called Just Hanging Out. It's called Ronin Around. It's time to Ronin Around. Ronin, the only historical samurai that were allowed to have good hair. Because whenever you see samurai movies and they don't... So, indentured samurai, which is what most samurai were, had to have like the top of their head shaved to show that they were like indentured. So whenever you see a cool looking samurai with a messy fringe and stuff that looks like Toshiro Mifune in the Seven Samurai, that's only Ronin. They were the only ones who were allowed to look cool. I don't know if that's true everywhere, but or for all time periods, but I remember reading that. We're gonna boingy boingy get some coins. Or get some stuttering. Hopefully it will chill out in a minute. We're doing some shift jumps. The environment looks lovely. Feels generally alright. We're going to do a shift. You've taught the mechanic here twice, which is good as well. So when we've got a, you know, slightly more complicated, you need to sprint and jump. You've made us do it twice, which is good. Although maybe I can't do that from there. Ah, I'm supposed to shift, jump, and click. Okay. Are we doing a attack in the air to jump further? Is that what we're doing? That's cool. So the attack is also a dash. So we got like a double use move. Yeah, so you notice this is just a really common thing. It's not always just a web build thing, but like the first time a particular sound effect gets loaded in, it hangs and then it's okay after that. But you'll notice this with a lot of games. Something sort of struggles the first time and then it's okay. Sound's getting very crunchy for me. It's probably more bothersome than the jittery, laggy stuff. Oh. So it says I need to jump and fireball. Ah, cool. Okay. We've got like a... I think having like... when that triggers properly, having like a different sound that sounds more like a takeoff would be helpful, because you only sort of realize that the rocket jump is working as you get a little bit higher off the ground, so you need like a more immediate sense that it's triggered so you can start pushing forwards. Maybe could have saved that if I did a dash attack in the air afterwards, after it. Yeah, that felt good. The attack feels a little bit clunky as an attack, but as a traversal mechanic, which it is, it's great. Am I supposed to be able to get down here? We're gonna go all the way back, are we? Evil. Well, that was supposed to be chopping it, I think. Be nice to have a mantle or just a little bit of a grace period where you can kind of clip up at the end of that kind of jump. So it doesn't make you feel like a graceful ninja to just be like headbutting stuff that you look like you could have made it, kind of thing. Yeah, this is pretty great. It's a good concept. They're all like that. None of these mechanics are particularly strange or unusual, but that's just as well because you're requiring the player to sort of like string them together in a way that's quite challenging. Can we? Oh, we can do the fireball jump whenever we want, can we? Okay. Yeah, a little bit unforgiving in terms of like the structure of it and not having a checkpoint or anything to go back when we end up stuck like that, but really cool. Feels very kind of coherent creatively as well. Self-explanatory, yes. If this was a bigger polished game, would I play it? Yeah. Art style, pretty good. Game feel is not amazing. It feels quite clunky to do the dash attack. You know, there's a mantle that it feels like it could be there. It just feels a little bit, and even without the lag, it feels like a little bit wooden in some ways because the type. And I'm sort of like thinking of the type of game it is and how important that is in this game. But it's still pretty decent. Yeah, it's cool. SheepSheepDog. I thought it was called SheepSheepMonkey, and SheepSheepDog makes more immediate sense because they go together. I just realized I didn't bring my coffee in. Give me a second. So I'm going to be going for another half hour or so, and then I'm going to try and schedule a few more hours tomorrow. And we're going to just gradually work through all of these. Or nearly all of them. All of the browser ones. Okay. It's Artichat and Princess Pika and Geminio. That is a lovely animation. It's also just at the right level of cartoony where we can get away with that thing of having like a character go immediately from an idle to an animation. If it was any more realistic, that would feel kind of janky in a bad way, but because it's this sort of realistically proportioned but cartoony style, we can get away with that, and it feels really charming. Where are we going? I'm just running around. Am I going to find is it like a sheep collectathon? It is! Okay. Do we need to guide them, or do they just automatically go where they're supposed to once we found them? That's very cute. That's a really nice... It's interesting you can take this sort of traditional collectathon thing of like, oh, you've got to go and find all these coins, and just turn them into characters, and it just changes the dynamic entirely. Do we actually have to guide them back? Excuse me, sheeps. Oh yeah, this could get frustrating very quickly because of... So it feels almost like if you wanted to make the much lighter version of this that isn't going to frustrate people, you might have to like give them a pathway to walk how they're supposed to, and then when you're near them, they just kind of go the right way. Oh no, if we put them this way though, they're going to eat their way home. I think there's like maybe a sort of a middle ground where it's kind of guided chaos, where they know where they're supposed to go, and if you're very close to them, they go the way they're supposed to go, and if you go away, then it becomes a little bit more random, you know, that kind of thing. But listen, guys, someone's been telling me you ain't been eating your giant cabbages. You haven't been getting enough riboflavin, and that's a shame. So, I'm going to guide you to a field of big cabbages. It looks like you should be able to get them along that path to the top, but they don't seem to be able to fit down it. And I think some of it is because the trees have like full-length collision. It feels like when you try and walk behind the trees, it won't let you because like the whole object is a collider. It's very cute. Don't worry, farmer. This is reminding me of some Postman Pat game I had on the Amiga 500, which had a sheep bothering minigame in it. This is also a really good example of the theming just immediately letting you know what the goal of the game is as well. But there's nothing cryptic about seeing a game where you are a dog and specifically a border collie, and then seeing sheep and a stressed farmer. It's just like we know immediately what the requirement of what you're going to need to do to win the game is going to be, even if we don't necessarily know how to do it. And then we see the dog and it's like, okay, probably going to move this guy around. Is that all of them? I feel like I lost one in the trees when I found that first group and made them eat their cabbages. I feel like one of them got stuck. Oh, there's a bunch over here. Oh, there is a balk button. The dog can bark, but can it boof? So there was one that looked like it went down here and got stuck. Got all these guys. I feel like I probably went to the area of the level that was supposed to be hard early on because of that bush field that they had to eat their way out of. So far, I think this game should win an award for like the game I'd most like to see Northern Lion stream, just because I think it would be funny to see him enjoying this game and his audience just getting really angry about it. Because whenever he plays anything like that looks slightly cute or childish, they get so angry. And I think this would be a good... It would be good to see that happen with this. Because it's like, it's got that quality where the art style and everything looks quite childlike, but the gameplay is compelling enough that I can actually enjoy it as an adult. Which a lot of the time when I see something that has this aesthetic, it's like the activity I'm doing is not interesting enough. And that doesn't necessarily mean the activity needs to be like a super hard skill challenge or something, but there are multiple things going on here, like the slight chaos of the sheep, the fact I need to remember where they are. There's a few skills being tested in this game that, you know, a game with this aesthetic might not always actually be doing. And it still feels cozy and gentle because there's no lose state. But these guys, these sheep, there's a reason why we have special dogs to deal with them, because they're a menace. Look. In you go. I mean, maybe I could get Northern Lion to agree to that and like he only has to play the one game that wins or something. I feel like if we could get him to judge on a panel for like a multiplayer based games jam, you know, like you got to try and make the next Balatro. It's got to be an engine building game with multipliers. I do feel like there's a sweet spot for what makes something a Northern Lion game. And it's like a game that you can think quite deeply and strategize about when you want to, but also it's brainless enough that you can, you know, half think about it while you chastise your audience for being idiots, kind of thing. That's what makes it perfect. Whereas a Limmy game is like a game that takes itself very seriously, usually a AAA game, but or a simulator, like a AAA game or a realistic simulator, a game that takes itself very seriously, where it's very easy to like role play in ways that are completely irrelevant to the game as you play the game. That's what makes something a Limmy game. I actually feel like it could be quite a good design exercise to try and get people to study what games particular streamers play and try and understand what they like about the games they play. Obviously, there are streamers that just play what they're paid to play, but the amount of marketing emails that I get that are just scattergun things that are like, we hear you like to play indie games. We have made indie game. Please play our indie game. And there's no sense of like any I mean, it's because there hasn't been any thought gone into it, but, you know. I'm a bit old school. I think when you're trying to set up some sort of business collaboration that you serve to benefit from, it's worth putting the time into it. You know, and maybe maybe my brain is just skewed that way a little bit because my first job in games was where we were like working with other people's IP and doing code development with other studios and stuff like that. But you would never have some sort of business interaction that was just sending the same pro forma email to 5 people or 50 people or 500 people. Everything was bespoke because the stakes are too high. You know, you're like asking people for a collaboration that's worth like your entire studio salary for a year or something like that. And I find that when I get a lot of keys sent to me, whether it's by a small solo developer or by publishers even, there's just no personal touch or sense of like someone has put the effort in. And I get it. You can't do that with everything, and maybe people have like 2 tiers, and they have the scattergun tier where they just send out the spam, and then they have like the creators they'd really like to play their game, and that's where they put the effort in. And that probably makes sense, I would say. If you're doing it that way, totally fine, crack on. But if you're only doing it the scattergun way, not a great way to like run a business, I don't think. You need to have some sort of, you know, collaborations you want to do that you care about. And if you don't, because you don't know who any sort of media outlets or streamers are, then maybe you've got a problem, because chances are you're also not in touch with what people are playing and what people like about particular games and stuff like that. Yeah, this is very charming. I am going to keep playing it until we finished it, because there's something incredibly soothing about it. And I just like the amount of care that's gone into making the feel of these creatures feel right as well. It's just sort of chaotic enough that there is some gameplay there, but they're not like totally random either. I've got these guys stuck along the wall now though. Okay, I'm not going to get the last one because they're in an annoying place, but I basically won that, I decided. That's how that works. That's cute. I feel like the music puts it in kind of childish feeling territory, which is kind of a shame because it does feel like there's enough here for it to... This could be a premium indie game for adults if it had a little bit more polish and there were some other things to do besides just herding the sheep. It feels like that. It's incredibly self-explanatory, and part of that is because the theme tells you what the goal of the game is just from, you know, understanding the world. So yeah. Right. We're going to do these two, and then I'm going to end the stream by just focusing on a couple of games for people that are here live now. I don't know how many that is now. What we'll do, right, at the end, I'm going to go to the most voted and start up there, and we'll go back through that for like 4 or 5 games. So we'll play Robin's game, who I know is in the chat, and then we'll go to Watkey and I'll say, hey, is anyone here who worked on Watkey? Is anyone? So give us a shout if you worked on any of these top 5 games: Rocketball, Watkey, Run Cat Run, Bean a Drain Hopper, and I'll queue those up to end this stream on, because we've been working our way down from the least played so far. And yeah, if you're in the chat right now and you're basically any of these top most played games, we'll start from that end for the last few. Board your train to get home as fast as you can. Avoid others if possible. I also get bespoke emails. I think the people who would have sent bespoke emails understand that I have a form and they tend to fill the form out instead. So my emails tend to disproportionately be spam. But even on the form now, I think I'm going to start prioritizing the people that have like put some sort of message on that indicates that they want feedback or that they watch the channel. Because some people just send me a stim key on the form, and then when there's a box that says "Tell me more about the game," they've just splurged their marketing copy for the game in there, and it's like, well, that doesn't really indicate that you care specifically about this being shown on Indie Game Clinic, and it also indicates that you think that the game is already perfect. I think when you approach a channel like mine and you're talking to me as if you're marketing the game rather than saying, "Hey, I like your channel. Not sure about this part of our game. Could you help? Could you help us with it?" Then it shows you understand the purpose of the channel, and you're more likely to appreciate being on the channel. Whereas if you're sort of presenting it like it's an early marketing opportunity, then you're probably not going to appreciate me ripping the game to shreds quite so much. So, I've started to prioritize stuff where the where the dev is clearly like a viewer. Oh my goodness. This is I think this is one of the first games I saw a screenshot from on the community screenshots thread. I think I just lost. Can I restart? Is there a way that I can restart? Do I need to just reload the whole screen? I think you have 3 lives maybe of people that you're allowed to walk into. This really reminds me of using the Half-Life 1 editor back in the day. I think it's before we had the, you know, source engine where you could just do what you wanted. And it really reminds me of, like, I used to just build these rooms and put the scientists in them and see how they reacted to different things, because they had that little kind of like procedural conversation engine they would do when they talked to other characters, and I would create scenarios like just making a fish tank with a giant ichthyosaur type thing in it, and just letting them react. And there's something very like messing around with Half-Life NPCs about this. See, I go to London and use a subway so infrequently that this is very close to how it feels for me to be in a metro system. This is just real life. I mean, yeah, it's just real life. Is this the real life? Is this just public transport? Caught in a hallway. Would I buy a longer commercial version of this game? Probably not, but I do appreciate the visual style of the atmosphere. Smith. Aaron, aka Smitners, every game you work on has a slightly demented sense of humor, and I appreciate it. I'm here for it. Okay, capsules and consoles, and then we'll do a quick run through of some stuff where the team members are definitely in the chat today, just to say thanks for showing up. I'll have to press the button under the water. I'm being flushed down the toilet. Speaking of portfolio quotes, don't know who else is a channel member on Tim Kane, but I'm anxious to see what he said about us. Okay, so this is like one of the... It feels like one of those impossible games where it's just like, you need to memorize what you do in different situations. Did I just get flushed into space from a space toilet? Okay. We press the red button. We go down a tube. And then there's a green button there. And some sort of... okay, push it to the green. Is that correct? Are we okay here? Are we done? Oh. This is like single-player space team. Just like incomprehensible consoles that we have to work out on the fly. Which would be good, feels like it could be a good basis for something. Oh yeah, this is single-player space team. Crank it! This is how I wanted the crank in that meat grinding game to work. But I think we do need to, like, stop the player from being able to look too far away from it for that control to work. Did I lose that one? Oh no, okay, we got into the next bit, so now we've got all of these things we need to do. Oh, that was a cool, yeah, I like the, you know, introducing the mechanics one by one in our underwater training pod, where we're, I guess, getting grown on a spaceship like we're in the Matrix or something. And now we've got to go into this thing and we've got to do them all together. That's a really nice, sort of naturalistic way of tutorializing the thing and it not feeling like a tutorial, just like teaching each of the mechanics in isolation. Am I going to crash because I got it wrong? Okay. It's quite harsh that we don't go back to the last checkpoint, but I'll give it one more try. I really like the premise of this. I feel like we're missing a layer of sort of ambient sounds. We've got all of like the main communication sounds that we need for the game mechanics, but we're missing the kind of mood level of like having the bubbles here or the ship rattling when we're in that next bit. It's so weird that we're doing the training sequence underwater. I don't know what the implication is. It feels like we're being sort of Matrix trained. But yeah, if anyone's ever played Space Team, then the original version was a mobile phone game where you log on to the same game with people in the same room as you. And then you have all of these like weird pseudo procedurally generated controls that you have to operate, but the instructions for what everyone needs to do are on each other's phones, and you're just yelling at each other like, push the button that looks like a cat in space, and the game gets like worse and worse in terms of like how strange the things are and how hard they are to describe. This feels like a sort of single player version of that. Outer Worlds, but with better controls. Yes. I still haven't played Outer Worlds. No, I played it for like an hour or so. I got to the first point where you were like flying the ships and I just didn't get past that, and I think I need to I know it's very beloved and I need to go back to it and get over the clunk. But you know how there's certain games where there's like a particular control system they use, and if you've played a really kind of polished game recently that uses the same stuff, it will feel bad and you need to like play that game at the right time in relation to other things you've been playing. I think that's one of those. Crank it. It's cranking it time. Left controller's out of alignment. Okay. Ah. It's good. But I'm not going to get to the third stage if there is one. But I like it. Capsules and Consoles. Another good example of like the title just making it kind of clear what we're going to be doing as well. Intuitive and self-explanatory, yes. I mean, having weird things you have to do, but presenting them one at a time, and they all use the same control input as well. Very good way of making something weird feel easy to interact with. We interact with all the things in the same way, because it's just look, click, drag the thing. And that means you can get away with the game generally being stranger and weirder. And then it's also structured in that way where you do them individually and then you put them together. It's like learning a grammar of the game mechanics. You learn them in isolation and then you put them together later on. I think that would make a good longer game. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to queue up maybe 5 games from people that I know are in the chat now. So I know the Rocketball dev is in the chat, and then Sojourn, it was called, wasn't it? And what did Paul say? I saw Paul say they had a game. Distraction therapy. Okay, cool. Shop in silence. So, right. Let's go 2 more. Mention your game in the chat in the next minute or so, and I will queue it up for the end of this stream. And then I will be doing some more tomorrow, probably a bit later in the day. I don't usually stream on a Saturday, but it's special times because of the jam. So I will be trying to fit them. I will definitely be playing and rating every game, and the ones that I don't stream, I will be giving text feedback to. I won't be giving text feedback to the ones that I stream because I'm giving feedback on the stream. Okay, we're going to do Hedonia as the last one. And then we'll do more tomorrow. So this will be a few folks who are in the chat now. I've been playing the least reviewed ones so far, just to try and even things up a little bit. Make sure that the least reviewed games get some more reviews, and also encourage people to go and play those games if they like the look of them. Because some of it will be based on randomness, some of it will be based on just like the game didn't load for people, or those kinds of things. Turn them all. We're gonna be the zombie. Are these the regular humans look a little bit green and zombie-ish already? Oh, they all walk towards my cursor. That's cool. Felt a little bit like I didn't know how to prevent that from happening. Is there a way of telling? And I'm not asking for the dev to actually tell me. So these are things that I'm thinking as a player out loud, so that, you know, if you were going to make a bigger version of this game, more polished version, these are things that a player might struggle with. So when we approach the humans to eat them and turn them, is there any judgment we can make before that which lets us know whether or not we're going to win? It looks like there might be sort of civilian humans and then military humans from different clothing, but it's not super visually obvious and clear. And I think having a clear hierarchy of which enemies are going to be easier or more difficult. Yeah, like, so these guys are in army fatigue, so I'm guessing maybe they're stronger and they're harder to turn. But because of the art style and everyone looking quite similar, it's quite hard to tell that. So one of the things you could think about here is, like, in terms of the general visual design, the colors, everything is very, very green. And the colors that the humans are wearing are very sort of neutral, natural clothes, which is fine if you're making like a serious horror movie. But if you're making a game where the way that characters look conveys some sort of mechanical information, you might want to make it a little bit more obvious. Yeah? So with these kind of horde-based games where there's lots of little characters running around, one of the things I'm always encouraging people who make Survivors likes to look at with Vampire Survivors is there are loads of little enemy designs, but you are able to learn how they operate. And although the enemies don't do vastly different things, you can very quickly learn that the bats are like very fast, but they have not much health. And there's other enemies that are really slow and they have loads of health. And you can start to make, as a player, you can start to look around and make judgments about what you're doing based on how things look. Now, I can do that here with the grey shirts versus the army guys, I think. But it's just a little bit too hard to see. I think it, even if the army guys had a helmet on, you know, that would make it much clearer which rank we were dealing with. Because I'm guessing the dynamic of the game is that once my horde is big enough, then I can start turning army guys. But I need to, like, really make it big enough by eating civilians first and then get the army guys. And then I need to pick off the army guys who are on their own to have a better chance of getting them. But yeah, it's very green. I would also, you know, whenever we're looking down on a 3D environment like this, think about what your shadows are doing. Because this massive shadow coming off this building doesn't really add anything. Doesn't really make the game any more immersive. And it just kind of creates this big block of a different color here that looks like it's more important than it is. I keep seeing that when people are using this kind of camera angle on 3D games. If you look at like a Blizzard, like a Diablo game or something, they do have the shadows, but they're quite short. And they're quite blurry here anyway. It's not too bad. But often I see games that have this camera angle and they've put quote-unquote realistic lighting simulations on, and the characters have shadows that are longer than them and are super dark. It's happening a little bit with the buildings here, and it sort of doesn't feel like it adds anything. But yeah, I like the fact that we have two tiers of guys to try and munch, because that sort of makes this a little bit more tactical than it might initially seem. Yeah, it definitely feels like it could deal with, have a thing where you could change the speed in the game. I've been playing a lot of Ball X Pit recently, and that has like just 3 speed settings that you can just change between whenever you want. The B-movie kind of music is funny as well. There's some interesting level design choices here as well, where it's kind of like hard to get you build the horde up, but then there's areas where you can't kind of get them into a space because of the way that there's like a choke point, and that feels interesting, like something that, you know, this level's like a proof of concept for what a bigger game could be, but you could already see how different shapes of levels could make this quite challenging to control in an interesting way. Okay, we've got machine gun guys over here by the looks of things. Uh-oh. So we're going to need to munch dudes at a fast enough rate to make up for getting shot at, I think. Oh yeah, the sound is quite low on this one. There you go. This has got like World War II music, which is quite funny. I really like that we're getting quite a lot of sort of dynamic stuff out of a very, very simple control input. I'm not clicking anything, but this is a really good example of how like a good game is, a lot of it is in the player's head. So like reading the situation, looking at where to send the guys next, sort of looking ahead, looking at the space around us. If this game, if the camera was zoomed in 4 times, this game wouldn't be a game, because it would just be random stuff happening. But because I can see all the way out here and I can look around for opportunities, that's what the actual game is. In terms of my experience as a player, the thing that I'm doing with my head is like, my head and my eyes is looking around for where to go next, looking where, basically making judgments about the space and the risk-reward ratio. So if you saw my video about survivors likes I did about a year ago, I was talking about how if you're trying to get yourself into the mindset of like what is actually happening in the player's head when they play and enjoy these games, with Vampire Survivors and similar games, it's like the game is generating a heat map of risk and a heat map of reward. And the more you play the game, the better you can read those heat maps. So you can see all the little crystals, and you can see the little blue crystals, and you can see the green crystals that are worth 10 or whatever. And that, in your mind, is like a big heat map of like good stuff that you're trying to get. And then there's another heat map of red stuff, which is like, where are the enemies? Where are the enemies that are like more likely to actually hurt me? Because in Bullet Heavens, most of the enemies aren't really there to hurt you. They're just there to farm from. And you're creating these 2 overlapping heat maps of risk and reward. And as the player plays the game more and masters the game, they're more able to like quickly recognize and read those heat maps. And then they sort of like are overlaying them in their head and looking for the area where there's the most reward for the least risk. And that's what makes those games compelling. And this has got a reasonable amount of that as well. Because basically, I need to try and eat everyone, or most of the people. And the people who can't attack me are the highest risk for the lowest reward. And then the people who can attack me are worth killing if I'm close enough. But they're not necessarily worth like sprinting the whole level to get to. So this is kind of doing a similar thing already. And you can see how all of that richness for the player experience comes out of the situation and the interactions between the game components, and not necessarily from giving the player more buttons to press. We've got landmines now as well, so we're getting a more complex sort of risk-reward heat map, because now we've got things that can hurt us that can't be turned into a zombie, right? Whereas everything in the game so far, even the guys with guns, is something that is potentially still a potential zombie for us. So introducing landmines is now, okay, that's like a super bright red thing on our risk heat map, because it's not even like, we want to just totally avoid it. We don't even want to try and convert it into a resource. Yeah, it's getting very sluggish now. I mean, this is a type of game that's always going to need some sort of like hard optimization stuff, and that's why RTSs are hard to build, because you've got so many instances pathfinding at once. One of the things I would maybe do, which is kind of strangely, this is a thing that you do in D&D as well when you're making bigger battles. When the mob gets over a certain size, I would have some like groups of 3 or 5 zombies that are actually one pathfinding unit, and they just move together very closely. So every so often, three zombies that are very close to each other will just get replaced with an object that is an animation of 3 zombies, but it just moves and pathfinds as one object. And then you can like drastically reduce the amount of pathfinding that is happening. You can also count how many, yeah, and like bearing in mind, this is not a programming channel. I am not an expert. I'm just spitballing here. I don't know how things work in the system you use. But you can also do things like count how many instances are and reduce how often the pathfinding checks happen based on how many zombies there are and that kind of stuff. So if you want to make a bigger version of this and you don't want it to lag out, which is what's happening now, there's lots of ways you can approach it. One of them is by like faking the amount of zombies. And this is why you see, I don't know if you've seen Space Marine 2, when you fight the Tyranids in that, and they're like climbing up a wall. I'm pretty sure they're not individual instances when they're in that state. I think they're using some sort of liquid physics with them. And then after you get close enough, there's like a replacement where they become an individual unit in combat. I'm not entirely sure how it works. I'm sure there are like videos or essays on that. But this is definitely the type of game where if you wanted this to work, you'd really have to think about how that sort of stuff is managed, because it's lagging out quite badly for me here. And you don't have like loads in the way of lighting and VFX and stuff on. It's quite bare bones graphically, and it's still lagging out, and that's probably because the thing that's causing the lag isn't a graphical thing. It's like a logical thing with all of the pathfinding and stuff like that. The game with the rats was Plague Tale. Innocence Plague Tale, where the rats are done with liquid physics and they're done as particles, and it looks so cool. Yeah, those fights in Space Marine 2 where there's just like, they do it in the intro sort of tutorial levels. There's just like these walls of Tyranids climbing to get up at you, and they're like piling on each other, and if you don't shoot them fast enough, it's almost like a pile of snow, you know, it's like a physical pile of stuff, and when it gets high enough they start climbing up the top because they're climbing over each other, and if you shoot it, it gets destroyed and they don't get up that side of the wall. But it looks like loads of individual aliens, but I don't think it actually is. It's like individual models being treated as particles in some way, in a big mass that builds up, and it looks so cool. Right, we're gonna go munch these guys, and then we're gonna move on to the next one. I think this is great. I roll my eyes a lot about zombie games. I think this is a very good use case for zombies, because it's actually giving us all the stuff that is enjoyable about zombies, which is just like loads of stuff and gore and everything. And obviously, if you're going to make a bigger game of this, you want to have some variety on the humans and all of that kind of stuff. But it feels like a very good proof of concept for like, is this basic activity fun and enjoyable to do? And it is. You'd have to do loads of optimization stuff to make it work. You'd have to make it a little bit more aesthetically interesting and all of that kind of stuff. But it feels like you've got something there. Yeah. Good work on that one. We're going to do Hedonia next. Seek joy. I must seek joy. I will. I'm just this guy. Have we got any sound? Seems like there is some audio. It's very quiet though. I don't think it's coming through on the stream at all. Sorry. Okay. Are we throwing a party? Is that the idea? And we need coins. Okay, cool. I get it. Turn the power on. Every time I jump at that, the power goes up. Now I've got some coins. I'm not sure why charging the power up gives me coins, but I can work with that. But it's over, guys. Time to go home. Oh, we run out of power. I see. Yeah. This is neat. You seem to have made like a Fortnite Tycoon map of some sort, but with blue indigestion tablets. He's a sentient indigestion tablet. Like, eat me, I'm made of chalk. Here we go again. It's time. Before the power runs out. Why are those people so upset with me out there? Is it because... okay. I think this group of people is like a count of how many people have not been entertained yet. And it's going to gradually get smaller the more we rock it out. Yeah, see, there's people clapping in the background. And I can bounce the ball around. Body rockers in the house tonight. Everybody just be a blue cube. We're gonna make you spend your coins. It's time to buy a comfy chair. Best demonetization ever. Did I win? Is that winning? I bought my comfy chair. Now I can go and sit back down again. Best incremental tycoon game ever. That was very sweet. The art style's a little bit all over the place in terms of like It mainly just felt like the kind of color palette of things wasn't all in the same place, because you've got this sort of pastel retro kind of thing going on with some of the things that feels like a 1960s Pink Panther cartoon, and then other bits where it was very kind of clip art, bright primaries and everything. But conceptually and as like a set of things to like gradually unlock, that was very cute. I think we could have had a bit more pizzazz on some of the sort of like purchasing and the verbs that the player was doing. But yeah, I appreciate that. That was very funny. And then we'll do distraction therapy. You must be 18. It's got mature themes. 1 second. I was born on January the 1st in 1926. People who are older than that are not allowed to play video games. Warning, medical theme. Okay, so that's why we had a warning. A short story about a kid facing life's less fun aspects. Lag spikes on screen transition on Firefox. Really appreciating the background on the itch thing here as well. I think we're just doing some sorting at the moment. I am a child who's going to have some surgery. This is a really feels like a really smart use of some of these toys. You know, you've made them quite awkward to use, which feels appropriate both for being a child and evoking the sense that we are supposed to maybe be unwell as well. Well, this could obviously just be a little rage game if you took it on its own out of context. But the medical framing is doing a good job of like explaining why we're so bad at this. This is like extreme tier block holing, where you spin them round and you try and like 360 no scope the oblong or whatever that is, the cuboid. Something that I'm already really liking about this is that it's very easy to take a serious theme, like, oh, the game is about a sick child, and like make a Radio 4 game sort of attempted, what's it called, Imperfect Swan type thing. But you've taken a game or a toy that would work on its own and is sort of like aesthetically interesting and sort of fun to interact with, and then put it in that framing. And that does way more than just doing either of those things on its own. You know, like making a serious themed visual novel game that doesn't necessarily have anything interesting to interact with, or making this toy with no narrative framing. When you put those things together, I think the sum of the parts is greater than the individual parts. Because now my frustration at doing this slightly annoying activity is being transformed by the fact that I know what it means more broadly, or putting it in a context, I guess. I don't think I'm ever going to get these ones in. Let's use the mouse wheel to... there we go. If I right click, it stops spinning. It's more fun to spin it though. You get more points on the multiplier. Yeah, so when you I was finding if I can rotate stuff with the mouse wheel, and then if I right click it stops the rotation, which is not going to be obvious to everyone, I guess. But once you know it, it's fine. There's also the element of like I guess I was going to say most people would know how to do a Tower of Hanoi. I'm not sure I do. But adding the kind of slightly janky physics thing to it presents it in a new light, because as an adult you don't have the basic problem of can I physically move these objects. And I've heard people talk about chess that way with game design, which like if you're a kid, if you're a very small kid and you play chess, just like picking the piece up and being able to put it on a square is kind of challenging enough to be a game in its own right, kind of thing. And it's giving you that sort of experience of like, okay, if I was just doing this with an easy interface, then a Tower of Hanoi is not an interesting problem for an adult to solve most of the time. But doing it with a unruly interface makes it feel more like a sort of grown up activity, I guess. A lot of kind of physical puzzles in escape rooms are designed that way as well. It's like the thing that you need to do, the thing that you need to do is not hard to understand, but there's some sort of physical friction to it, so it takes time for you to do. And you'll tend to find escape rooms that are balanced to be a little bit easier and more accessible tend to have more of that kind of stuff in. It's less about like, do you understand what you need to do, and more like how time consuming is the thing. We need to get the red one out. Okay. And we're trying to get the red one to the other end, so these all need to... This is a great use of whatever the physics simulation is that's doing it. It's very interesting to see these things simulated, because I've seen these objects so much in my life and I've never seen them simulated in a video game. And obviously those kind of toys, I mean, you get them in outdoor playgrounds as well, but you do get them as like, waiting room toys for medical locations where children are. So it's interesting because it's like it's a fundamentally kind of engaging thing to actually do. Oh, I think I messed that one up. But also it's kind of, it feels evocative because it's like, well, why have I never seen one of them in a video game? And it's like, well, because it would have to be a video game with this specific theme for someone to even think about putting that in there. Um, woody, woody, woody. I'm gonna put all of the things together now. Is that what's going on here? Or is this just gonna be like... This visual effect feels very kind of impactful as well. Oh, I just realized why this one doesn't automatically advance. And why it's flowers. And the last interaction was taking the ambulance and putting it into the toy hospital again as well. That's really beautiful. It took me a moment to sort of work out what was happening on this screen because I'd got so embedded in the way that the game was asking me to interact that I wasn't really looking at what the objects were. And then when I looked at what the objects were and I saw that we weren't immediately, because every time the game has transitioned to this black and white filter, it's going from the kid playing and focusing on the things that they're interested in to the kid in an upsetting medical condition. But then it changes color after that moment of anxiety has passed where they're getting an injection or having a test done or whatever is happening. This moment, it doesn't move out of that filter. And then I was just moving the objects around because I could. And then I thought, oh, they're flowers. And then it's like, oh, why is it not changing? And then the fact that you can still play around with these, but it's futile. It doesn't achieve anything. You're just still able to move them around, but nothing happens, nothing progresses. I think the fact that the game wasn't progressing hit me before any of the symbolism of like what it was actually representing on the screen, which made it feel really impactful when I realized what was kind of being shown to me at this point. It says there's another screen. Interesting. I mean, it doesn't feel like there should be, but maybe I was bad at being a sick child, so I only get the death ending. This is the difficulty an adult has of doing things after such an event. Yeah, so maybe we're supposed to be putting them in the... There we go. It's great. It's so easy when you try and... I've talked about this a few times. When you try and make video games about serious things, it's so easy to make something that feels trite. And this is really impactful. The interactivity is used in a way that is like directly communicative of the feelings that you want the game to be about, and that is so hard to do. I think sometimes people like the idea of serious games or games that are art or games that are about serious topics, and partly that's because they want to take this medium that they've grown up with that they feel as an adult is maybe looked down upon, and although I know that statistically all adults, nearly all adults, 90% of adults play video games of some description, even if they don't identify as a gamer, you still get this sense of like, I need to justify the fact that I play or make games as an adult. And there are lots of different ways that people do that. There's lots of different ways that people feel grown up about games. And like, this channel is an example of that. I think anytime you engage with serious games criticism that is like, Jacob Geller talking about representations of Jewishness in games. He did a very, very good video essay on that recently. That's one example of like taking games seriously and feeling like an adult about them. And I think when people get into very deep discourse about the games industry and like what's right or wrong about it, they're doing the same thing. They're sort of, we have this underlying insecurity that what I'm doing is marginalized and treated as child's play, and I need to like show people that it can be mature by talking about it in this specifically adult way. And serious games and games about serious topics are one way of doing that. But often I find that when people send me a game and they're like, this is about a serious topic, it's about this important political thing, or it's about this mental health issue I have, or whatever, they haven't gone past that first hurdle of just learning how to like make games well, whether at a sort of technical craft perspective or thinking about the interactive part of the game. And you just end up with a sort of interactive story that's meant to make people feel sad. And so much of what I get sent that fits into that art games, serious topics category feels like that. And it kind of feels like you need to take the craft of, games UX, mechanical interactions, physical interactions, whatever part of interactivity is interesting to you, you need to take that really seriously first, and then you can do emotionally affecting things with it. And this game is a really, really good example of that, where, just everything that we had to do that was a physical kind of toy-like interaction in the game, and how it was presented visually, and the audio visuals, all of the like style of it, the contrast between the colorful bits where we're playing and the dark bits where we're scared, and just all of those things woven together into something that just really doesn't outstay its welcome, gets the point across, and does it in a way that wouldn't work in another medium. And every time someone is like, this game is really emotional, or this game is about a serious topic, I always come back to that question of like, why does it need to be a game? And this was sort of a story or experience that could only have been told through that medium, because it's those moments of frustration and trying to push through that interaction that you can't do very well and feels a little bit clumsy, that make it impactful and tell the story. And that's just, yeah, that's brilliant. Well done on that one. It's very rare for me to like a game like that or think it's a kind of good example of anything, but that was really, really strong. I've just lost the page, so give me a second. We'll do a shop in silence. A mysterious character wanders into your tiny shop and needs your help. There's really lovely illustrations in this one by the looks of it. Just going to pop back into the chat because I was ranting for a long time and didn't see. Yeah, the ending was ambiguous, wasn't it? But it didn't, I think because it took me so long to get out of the black and white segment, it felt more like cut and dried than it was. Interesting. This is lovely. Really beautiful. Not sure if that's supposed to be an actual item. Oh yeah, it is. I would maybe invert the colors on this if you wanted this to stand out a little bit more. The white on the red would show up more. Are you're gonna want stuff? You want something in the, are you gonna mime? Are you gonna mime what you want? Do you want this? Do you want le phone? Le tablette? I mean, it looks like you're miming a phone. Do I need to go here? Is that it? No! This is a great use of the theme. Like I said earlier, we've got a lot of games that come out of this theme that are like about communication in some way. And a lot of them have ended up being sort of good attempts, but maybe a little bit too complicated for the restrictions of the jam. Whereas this feels like a very good use. And it's only possible because they've got really good illustration and they can like draw the miming this action. So he doesn't want that thing. Okay. I put that back on the shelf. It does look like he's doing a phone thing though, but maybe he's not. Maybe he's doing... He already mimed. He wants a drink. Oh, okay. Yeah, it would be good if they could be like constantly doing the mime, because his idle thing looks like he's using a phone. Coca-Cola? You can replay the mime, okay. Give me back a mime. Show me a mime. if you talk to him without an item. Oh, okay, so I need to go back to the counter and do it there. Ah. I mean, that could have been the Coke bottle, but I'm guessing it's the carton now. This is a great idea. He wants some cigarettes. The man has come for his Gilloise. I feel like the theme of it being French and the art style and everything just goes together really, really well here as well. This is a Nintendo Switch game for people that Amelie is like their favorite movie, you know? I'm pretty sure that was a cigarette, but I haven't seen anything that looks like... Maybe it's locked away because of... Would you like a camera? It is a little bit hard to see the objects you can get. I think making them more like the inverse, so that they have a red background, or maybe a red background with a white line around the object, or just like really kind of making it much, much harder to miss them, because it is quite... Feels like it's quite hard to see. So this is in the way, so we need to... Can we wipe that puddle to get back there? Is there an item we can use for that? I think it's a puddle on the floor. Ah, yeah, there's a mop. It is time to get le mop. Yeah, this feels like one of the only kind of communication themed games I've seen so far where it's really hitting, you know, where the Game Jam theme has been used more as a kind of creative inspiration for the game rather than just like a way of making a good video game, which I think is the easy route in this one, and it's kind of what I expected people to do. It's been quite a lot of games where people are just like, what's the most language intensive thing I can do with no alphanumeric characters? And it's like, that's not really what I was expecting people to get out of the jam, but I think we've just got a lot of contrarian folks in our community. It's just like, if you tell me I can't do something, I will try and do something that cleaves as closely as possible to breaking the rule. Okay. There's some boxes on the floor here. Maybe they're openable with something. They seem like they might be. There are cigarettes, okay. I think the main thing is I'm looking for these like bubbles that things are in, and if there's another object that's not in one of those bubbles, I'm sort of already mentally kind of... I'm mentally sort of ruling out things that don't look like an object, because you've got like an interaction design thing here where you've made the inventory objects look a particular way. So if anything doesn't fit that, I'm going to miss out on it, I think. The bottom left of the room, okay. Yeah, I mean, I went back to the counter because that's where they would usually be. This is where we keep the smokes. So cute. That's the camera. Phone. No. Fishing rod? Okay. It would be funny to put like a content warning on this for mimes. Like have a big sign at the beginning saying, look, this game contains it contains a lot of mimes. That might disturb some people. Ah, something you can eat. The only thing in the shop that you can eat. Pizza. Oh, no, sandwich. Because you don't eat a pizza that way unless you're a barbarian. This is also a really good example of a game mechanic which is enabled by having a good illustrator. And it's very easy to fall into the trap of when you're doing a collaborative jam or any kind of collaborative project. If you've got an illustrator that's very good at drawing characters, you don't necessarily want to make an action game where they've got to do loads of animations. Very easy to fall into the territory of like doing a visual novel or making a game where the characters are just like dressing where they stand around. But this is actually really using the illustrator's skills as part of the gameplay in a way that feels like a good return on investment of their time, you know? You love me. It's great. I think that's it. I think we won. Very nice idea, very well executed. Well done, Shop in Silence team. Good title as well. Looks and sounds really nice. Really great kind of idea. Well executed. Great mood. And yeah, I think that's the sort of game where if you wanted to make a bigger version of it, most of the things that could have been better were like, you know, highlighting objects when you're near them and just making like the process of picking objects up or bumping into things all feel a little bit more like you're part of the world. But we're going to do Sojourn first because I know that everyone who's played Rocketball has ended up playing it for 1 million hours or whatever. So let's check out Sojourn first. And Sojourn. Cool. Okay, we've got a little pistol crossbow. What am I doing? Am I... Oh, we're automatically shooting. Okay. So we're doing a survivor's like... We've got all the kind of mechanics we recognize. I guess these are like elemental things I can add to my attack. Health, defense, speed. Rate of fire? Elements that can be on the attack. So the main thing that is like the thing that jumps out at me first when I see one of these games and it's so zoomed in is that the more zoomed in we are, the more people are going to focus on the lack of animations and stuff like that. But also the smaller you're making that heat map, of the thing in the player's brain that they're reacting to when they play the game. The more you zoom the camera in, the more it just becomes a game of like small reactions of trying to get away from the most immediate danger around you, rather than like looking for opportunities to move to the most optimum part. Because survivors games aren't really about creating like a really difficult situation for the player to survive in. The survivor word in the title is a red herring. The bullet heaven thing is kind of more important because they're fundamentally games about farming and becoming more powerful. And having the camera very close makes it hard to kind of think that way because you're just trying to survive. It feels more like playing Diablo 1, you know? If you've played like Diablo 1 and then a more modern Diablo, old Diablo is much more like it's really trying to simulate a dungeon crawl board game or something, and it's very much focused on like you really need to think through scenarios or you'll die, whereas modern Diablo is just about the joy of killing lots of things, and if you're slightly smarter or more well equipped you will do it faster, but generally speaking it's always kind of easy to do. And I think the appeal of these types of games is very much in that same direction as well. It's got the trappings of like an action game when you look at it and you see what's happening thematically, but it's fundamentally more of like an incremental game about farming stuff. We've got... I like these monster designs. I think if you wanted to do more with this project and like develop it more, I would really pull the camera out quite far though. Because it just creates more for the player to think about from a gameplay perspective, and then it also just makes the art feel more forgiving when you're not like animating everything and making all of the characters look really slick and everything. Yeah, always veer towards, when it comes to choices about like zooming and size of art and stuff, always veer towards what makes the gameplay better first, because you might have to remake art assets because they work better at a different size, but that's why you don't fix the asset pipeline right at the start of a project. And even with 2 weeks, you can do like, you know, you sketch in the black and white versions of things, you find out how big they should be on the screen and all of those things, and then you do a more polished pass afterwards. I think for artists, one of the things about learning to work with game developers or programmers or whatever is understanding that you shouldn't do your best quality work for the first thing that goes in the game. You know, at the start, you're working out the asset pipeline, and that means answering these questions like how big are these things going to be on the screen, how zoomed in will they be, you know, will we lose the size of the lines, all of that stuff before you actually make anything in the finished quality. And one of the reasons why we do longer jams here that are like 2 weeks or whatever is so that people have a bit more opportunity to do that kind of back and forth if they need to. Yeah, remember that the player is not in your game to look at the individual assets in lots of detail. There might be some situations where that's the case, but that's mainly kind of like immersive world games and simulators when they're like in a 3D space up close and the whole appeal is looking at stuff. Games that are about playing, you know, obviously it matters how they look, but it matters how the entire thing looks holistically. And like an example would be, when I first booted up this game, I thought, okay, the main character looks kind of cool. The walking animation is a bit strange because it's like a couple of frames, and it's sort of like that thing of when you start to do this kind of quite slick comic book style character, but then they're only moving in 2 directions, all of the strange things start to stick out more than if they were like a chibi cartoon. It's like more forgiving to do less realistic things if the character design is less realistic in the first place. But I had an initial response to how the character looked, and then, since I've started playing the game, I haven't looked at the character sprite once, because all I'm looking at is what's around me. So I'm much more focused on the monsters than my own character. You have to think about, like, what is the player actually experiencing when they look at your game, and they're experiencing the whole thing, and that's why, you know, someone was asking in the Discord earlier about, like, how do I learn to get good at making things look good, and someone was saying you need to learn Gestalt principles that get taught in, like, graphic design school. But that's why Gestalt is still really relevant for games as well, because it's about looking at the whole before you look at the parts, looking at the relationships between things in the whole. And when you're reading an image on a screen as you play a game, you're looking at the whole context, and then there's certain stuff that's dictated by, like, where your eyes are and everything, but the actual player character at this stage of the game is almost like a black spot to me, where I don't really perceive them at all. I'm just looking at the enemies and the space. Feels pretty good though, like from a kind of farming the stuff. I feel like the balance of this is pretty good. It feels like you kind of understand the genre and you're not trying too hard to kill me. And it is much more weighted towards that kind of farming thing. I've played a lot of these in the past 2 years since I started the channel, and I would say more than half of them feel like the developer hasn't understood what is fun about them and that kind of thing about them being farming games rather than skill games. And this feels like a farming game, so it feels like it kind of generally understands the genre that it's working in. So this gets rid of the other elements, does it? It's like, if I pick an element, I start building into that element and I lose the progress I've made in the other ones, I think. Very moody music for what we're doing. So that's got a fire symbol on it, and then it has an electric there. And that has a poison, and then it has a... So does that mean I can get a poison arrow, and it would get rid of fire or electric, but it would keep the ice? Is that... There's like... Is that kind of the idea? There are elements that can stick together, and they don't cancel each other out, and there's other elements that if you get them, it resets. Yeah, the SFX do feel retro. It's a weird mishmash of things. So very sort of handmade digital 2D art, sound effects that sound like they should be in like a pixel art game. Music that feels very tonally serious. You got this kind of weird mix, like the music is very tonally serious and dark, and the The enemies kind of are, if you look at what they are, right? They're cultists and imps, which is kind of tonally dark, but then the way they're drawn is sort of like slightly goofy Flash game style. It's just like lots of different registers at once. So if I get that, I will level up the ice and the... I will level up the ice, I think, but I won't lose any levels in poison. I think that's how that works. Yeah, so for these to be sticky games for me, I really need stuff that's kind of changing my attack pattern, which we don't really have here. These are like incremental upgrades to make you attack faster, and that can be quite satisfying. But when I play these, I want to feel like the way that it kind of changes to pilot the character when you get like an upgrade that does area of effect damage around you. Or those moments where you get like, maybe you've got some attack that only triggers every 30 seconds and it like blasts off in a direction and now that way's clear and you can go and pick up all the stuff. Those like little changes in the way that your character handles and the attack patterns and stuff over time are what make these games work for me. So if this was going to be a bigger game, that's what I would feel it would need, because at the moment all of the upgrades are just far too incremental and they don't like change the way the character feels to play. You can make one of these games that doesn't have that, but you know, I've been doing this experiment in the last month where I go through every game that came out in the last month on Steam and make notes on it and kind of score it for different things. And whenever I see a bullet heaven, my immediate question is like, Vampire Survivors is like $3 or whatever. If this game is more than that, how is it worth more? And I think the big replay factor for that game in particular, even without all of the extra levels, even if you just had the first level of Vampire Survivors, is the fact that when you build your set of weapons each time, the character feels different to move around. And it's very quick to get those first few levels and those first few weapons in the original Vampire Survivors, to the point where moving the character around based on, you know, differently based on which weapon set you have, starts to kick in within like 5 minutes of playing a run. And I think when you just have incremental upgrades that make something faster or upgrade the damage it does, but don't fundamentally change how your damage output occurs in the space, then these games kind of fall flat and don't feel like they have a big shelf life. Now, that's not necessarily what you're aiming for. You made a jam game. I'm just using it to talk about the genre generally. This feels nice. It got me kind of in a flow, but those are all the things it would need to do to, like, if you wanted to do more with that game. It's a genre where there are really good examples to learn from, and you need to just sort of understand what's happening to the player as they advance through those games to really kind of make a good one of them. It's a good entry. Yeah, well, that was very self-explanatory. I think the only thing that didn't feel self-explanatory was like losing the progress in your elemental attacks. Would I buy a longer commercial version of the game? I think games like this, I really need to see how it compares to a similar game and what it's providing. You know, I've been playing Ball X Pit a lot recently. That feels like it does a lot of the Vampire Survivors things, but it's got slightly different things to like how you learn to move around and everything. One more. We're gonna do Intergalactic Rocketball last, and then I'm done for today, and I will do some more tomorrow. We're gonna need a few streams to get through everything on the list. Intergalactic Rocketball. Oh. Oh, I don't have my controller, so I'm going to play it with the keyboard, even though I probably prefer to play it with the controller. That's how you do a tutorial, folks. Okay, cool. So we're doing, like, the old school Lander games crossed with Rocket League from the side kind of thing. This is gorgeous. Definitely a Robobbin-like. I will probably try this again with a controller at some point, because do I need to actually get the ball in the goal to progress? I just keep losing it at the last bit. Woof. Amazing. I'll try the gamepad. I'll go get the gamepad. This feels great. Oh. I love the way that you put the scoring just in the full background like that as well, rather than making it like some little UI thing at the top. Huh. Great. Oh! Yeah, I think you should make this with like local multiplayer for consoles and just put it out for like $1 or something. You would clean up. Absolutely clean up. Just no frills, no extra levels, just like a really good couch versus multiplayer game. But really kind of tiny and cheap. And I think just, you know, You make the bells and whistles version with all the unlocks and stuff afterwards. Let that be #1, and then if you want to make a big version of it as a sequel with loads of stuff, then you can do that later on. But I think you would be foolish not to, you know, Nintendo eStore this as quickly as possible, because it feels so good. And the AI works incredibly well already. Gotta get at least one match. Oh. I love the swoosh. It kind of keeps in mind what just happened. As you make that transition, it gives you a moment to sort of rest. It's really, really... you're just really good at, like, doing these things that are, like, stylish and also fulfill some sort of, like, psychological gameplay purpose as well. That is just so good. Like, flair used in places where it actually adds something to the game. Just great. I'll be streaming more games tomorrow, probably a little bit later in the day, because I've got to do dad stuff in the morning. So. Ah! Own gold it right at the end. Oh my goodness. I mean, you can joke about vibe coding it, but the I've really noticed a trend in what those games tend to look and operate like, and I will reveal all at some point in the next month or so. Yeah. Oh, what a great start. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, if you wanted to make like a very small two-player with AI opponent version of this that you could just put out on consoles very quickly, I would say the features that you would actually need are let the players pick their color and let them be like yellow or purple or whatever, and have some way of taunting as well, so you can just sort of like have that little bit of flair, like when you've just scored or when you're like trying to get in someone's face. have some weird little kind of honk you can do, or spin the ship around just so it feels like you can kind of digitally trash talk each other. I think there's enough there, you know. Oh. I'm gonna play it until I get it. I've got to win at least one game. Although I think if I lose 2 more, I'm gonna just get so tired that I won't be able to concentrate. I can imagine them doing a little taunt where they sort of spin round and like the fire is doing like a Catherine wheel thing and they go or something. Oh, if they can come back from this, I'm gonna be I'm gonna disqualify the game. No, I'm not. It would be funny though. Infuriating. I am glad that you made the AI this hard though, because it just gives you more reason to keep playing it. No! Yes! Oh, that felt unsatisfying. That was a very unsatisfying way to win the game, but I still managed to win it eventually. Oh. Well, thank you all for joining today. I will put a thing up. My brain has gone to sleep now. I will put a stream up sometime tomorrow. It will be afternoon GMT time for a couple of hours. And I will just be streaming all the rest of the web-based games for the Jam over the next few days. Whenever I have a window of time when I can do 2 hours or so, and we'll work our way through all of them. Any game that doesn't get streamed for whatever reason, I will try and play and rate it and give some text-based feedback. And have fun playing the others as well. I changed the settings on the Jam, so if you're a jammer, you can, after you've rated, I think 10 games, you can just select games to rate after that point, so you can jump around and play what you want. So it's on random for the first 10, and then after that point you can choose. And yeah, have a good rest of the day, and I'll see you all soon.